Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by L. Frank Baum, Sky Island. Chapter 1, Trot and Cap'n Bill's Big Idea. Once upon a time, in a small white cottage by the sea, there lived a cheerful little girl named Trot. Her hair was the color of sunshine, and her eyes sparkled like sea foam on a windy day. She loved two things more than anything: the ocean's songs and spending time with her old sailor friend, Cap'n Bill. Cap'n Bill wasn't really a captain anymore. His sailing days were long behind him. He had a wooden leg from a great sea adventure, and though he couldn't walk very fast, he told the best stories anyone had ever heard. Every day, Trot and Cap'n Bill would walk down to the shore, where they would sit on a big flat rock and watch the waves roll in like sleepy giants. "Cap," said Trot one evening, as the sky turned pink and orange, "do you think the sky has islands, just like the sea?" Cap'n Bill puffed thoughtfully on his old corncob pipe. "Well now, I never thought of that," he said, "but I reckon if the sea has islands floating in it, maybe the sky does too." Trot's eyes grew wide. Then maybe someone could sail up there and visit one. Cap'n Bill chuckled. Only if they had wings, or maybe a skyship made of clouds. "But what if," Trot whispered, leaning closer, "we had something even better, something magical?" Just then, the sea breeze tickled the pages of a book Cap'n Bill had been reading, and it flipped open to a picture of a bird soaring high above the clouds. Trot stared at it dreamily. "I wish I could fly up there," she said softly, resting her chin in her hands. "Way up where the stars go to sleep." Cap'n Bill gave her a gentle smile. "Maybe, one day, you will." As the last bit of sun dipped behind the waves, a shimmer of silver light glowed on the horizon. It wasn't the moon, not yet, but something smaller, rounder, and moving toward them. Trot stood up. "Captain, look!" They both stared. It was a boy floating down from the sky, holding tightly to the handle of what looked like an umbrella. "Land ho!" the boy called, laughing, as he drifted onto the sand beside them. "Well, blow me down," said Cap'n Bill. "A flying umbrella," the boy grinned. "Yep, it's magic. My name's Button Bright. Want to see where it can take us?" Trot's heart thumped with excitement. She looked at Cap'n Bill, who raised one bushy eyebrow. "Maybe the sky really does have islands," he said. And right then and there, the biggest idea they'd ever had began to grow, an idea that would take them far above the clouds to a land no one had ever seen before. But first, they would need a good night's sleep, because tomorrow, the adventure would begin. Chapter 2, The Umbrella That Could Fly. The next morning, the sun peeked gently over the sea, turning the waves a sleepy gold. Trot opened her eyes to the sound of seagulls, calling and the scent of salt in the air. She rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed, remembering everything from the night before: the boy, the umbrella, and the idea of Sky Islands. She ran outside in her bare feet, her nightgown fluttering like a sail. Cap'n Bill was already sitting on the porch, with a warm cup of tea. Button Bright was there too, his magical umbrella propped beside him like it was just another walking stick. "Morning," Button Bright said, with a big grin. "Did you sleep well?" Trot nodded. "I dreamed of flying, and clouds that looked like castles." Cap'n Bill chuckled. "That umbrella of yours got her thinking strange things, lad." Button Bright stood up and gave the umbrella a playful spin. "It's not strange if it's real. This umbrella can fly any way you ask it to. Up, down, sideways, even loop-de-loops if you're not too scared." Trot's eyes sparkled. "Can it really carry us all?" "Sure can," said Button Bright proudly. "It's stronger than it looks. Want to see?" Without another word, he stepped onto the grass, held the umbrella above his head, and whispered a word that sounded like a gentle breeze. Whoosh! Up he went, as soft and steady as a balloon rising into the sky. He floated above the cottage, waved down at them, and then slowly drifted back to the ground like a feather. Trot clapped her hands. "That's wonderful. Oh, Captain, can we try?" Cap'n Bill scratched his chin. "It's a mighty curious thing," he said slowly. "But if it's safe, Well, I reckon we could take a little ride. So they made a plan. Button Bright would hold the umbrella, and the others would hold on to him. Trot on one arm, Cap'n Bill on the other. They practiced a few hops first, just to be sure. The umbrella wobbled a little but held strong. Then, when they were ready, Button Bright whispered the magic word again. Up they went, not fast, not scary, just like rising in a warm, invisible elevator. The ground became smaller, the trees like toys, and the sea stretched out wide and endless, sparkling like glass. Oh, Trot sighed. It's like being in a dream. They floated higher and higher until they were above the clouds, drifting gently through a sky so blue it looked like someone had painted it with a brush. Cap'n Bill held tight, his beard fluttering in the wind. I never thought I'd sail the sky, he said softly. Not in all my born days. Below them, the world looked calm and far away. Above them, there was nothing but sky, and maybe, just maybe, an island floating somewhere in the clouds. Trot pointed ahead. Look, over there, far in the distance, rising out of a puff of cloud, was something strange and beautiful. A small bit of land was floating high in the sky, glowing in the sunlight, half of it shining blue, the other half shaded in soft pink mist. Sky Island, Button Bright whispered. We found it, and as the umbrella carried them gently forward, the three friends held their breath, not from fear, but from wonder. They didn't know what waited for them on that island in the sky, but they knew one thing for sure. They were going to find out together. Chapter 3. Up into the sky. The air was soft and cool as the magical umbrella carried Trot, Cap'n Bill, and Button Bright higher and higher. They floated like dandelion seeds on the breeze, surrounded by clouds that looked like whipped cream and pillows. Trot giggled as a puff of cloud brushed her cheek. It tickles, she said, wiping away a little patch of mist. Cap'n Bill squinted below them. We're higher than any bird I've ever seen, he said, gripping the boy's coat firmly. You sure this umbrella's made for three, Button Bright? Button Bright laughed. It's a magical umbrella. It doesn't care how high we go, or how many ride, as long as they believe. And believe, they did. Below them, the earth had turned into a patchwork quilt, fields of green and gold, little rivers that sparkled like ribbons, and tiny towns with toy-sized houses. The sea they'd left behind now looked like a blue bowl tipped over the edge of the world. Trot's hair fluttered in the wind. She looked around with wide eyes. It feels like we're the only people in the sky, she said softly. Cap'n Bill nodded. A quiet kind of place. Peaceful. Like, all around them, the sky stretched endlessly. No rooftops, no fences, no footsteps, just the hush of wind and the quiet flap of Trot's skirt in the breeze. Then far ahead, something began to shimmer. Look there, said Button Bright, pointing with the hand not holding the umbrella. See that glow? At first, it looked like a soft smudge of color in the sky. But as they drifted closer, it became clear, an island. A real, floating island, made of clouds and magic. The island floated gently in the sky, like a dream. One half glowed in soft shades of blue. Blue grass, blue trees, even little blue birds that flitted through the air like music notes. The other half was surrounded by a quiet pink mist. It looked mysterious, calm and a little sleepy, like it hadn't yet woken from a dream. Trot's breath caught in her throat. It's beautiful. Sky Island, whispered Cap'n Bill. I never thought such a place could be real. The umbrella slowed, lowering them gently toward the bright blue half of the island. As they floated down, Trot could see curling blue vines growing along puffy white fences. There were little cottages that sparkled like bubbles, and round trees with leaves that shimmered like sea glass. They landed on a cushiony cloud path, light as feathers underfoot. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the umbrella folded itself with a soft pop, like it was politely saying, "We've arrived." Button Bright tucked it under his arm. "Welcome to Sky Island," he said with a grin. Trot looked around in wonder. Everything felt new, yet kind, like the island had been waiting just for them. Suddenly, a voice called out, friendly and warm. "Who's come from the sky below?" They turned to see a group of people walking toward them. They were dressed in beautiful blue clothes, with hair that sparkled like morning dew. One of them stepped forward, a girl with a silver blue crown and a kind smile. "I'm Princess Rosalie," she said, "and you're the first Earth folk ever to visit us." Trot curtsied shyly. "I'm Trot, this is Cap'n Bill, and that's Button Bright." Princess Rosalie beamed. "Then you must be very brave. Come, you're welcome here." And with that, the travelers followed the princess down the cloud path, hearts full of wonder, into a new part of the sky where stories and dreams were waiting to unfold. Chapter 4: The Island in the Sky. Trot, Cap'n Bill, and Button Bright followed Princess Rosalie along the soft cloud-like path. With every step, their shoes made the gentlest puff, as if they were walking on marshmallows or the fluff of a baby bird's feather. The sky above was the softest blue, with white cotton clouds floating lazily around the island's edges. Everything sparkled just a little, like sunlight had been mixed into the very air. "This is the Blue Country," said Princess Rosalie kindly. "It's the bright side of Sky Island. We live in peace and light, and no one here ever shouts or hurries." Trot liked the sound of that. She was already beginning to feel lighter, as if her worries had stayed behind on the earth below. As they walked, they passed tall trees with leaves shaped like stars. The trees hummed softly, not with wind, but with music, like lullabies whispered through the branches. "Do the trees sing?" asked Trot, stopping to listen. Rosalie smiled. "Yes. They sing the dreams of the people who live here. That one is singing about a fisherman who wished to fly. That one is dreaming of a kitten chasing clouds." Cap'n Bill chuckled. "Well, that's the first time I ever met a singing tree." As they reached the village, Trot noticed the houses weren't made of wood or stone. They were built from glimmering puffs of cloud, shaped like bubbles, and trimmed with vines that grew little blue bells. The bells didn't ring, unless the wind asked them to. Children laughed nearby, sliding down silky rainbows that arched from rooftop to rooftop. Bluebirds the size of teacups fluttered beside them, chirping like wind chimes. Princess Rosalie stopped in front of a lovely round cottage with cloud petal curtains. "This is the guest house," she said. "It's yours while you stay with us. Inside you'll find blueberry tea and moon sugar cakes." Trot's eyes widened. "Thank you. It's like a dream." Button Bright opened the door and was greeted by the soft scent of warm bread and something that smelled like rain and roses. Cap'n Bill sank into a floating chair and let out a happy sigh. Princess Rosalie bowed slightly. "Rest now, travelers. When you're ready, I'll take you to the heart of the island, where the skies meet and the winds whisper secrets." Trot nodded eagerly. "We'd love to see it." As the princess left, Trot stepped outside for one last look at the glowing sky. She stood on tiptoe and turned in a slow circle, arms out like wings. "It's so high and peaceful here," she whispered. "It's like the world forgot how to worry." Cap'n Bill smiled at her from the doorway. "Aye, lass, but let's not forget where we came from. Even dreamers need their sleep." So that night, tucked into beds made of cloud and comfort, the three friends drifted off under a ceiling of soft stars and slow-moving moonlight. And somewhere far off, just past the blue hills and before the pink mist, Sky Island waited to show them more. Chapter 5: The Friendly Blues. The next morning, Trot woke to the sound of gentle singing. It wasn't loud or showy. It was more like the hush of waves and the sigh of the wind woven into a melody. She sat up and stretched. Her bed of soft clouds cradled her like a nest, and the sunlight coming through the cloud curtains made her feel warm all over. Cap'n Bill was already sipping blueberry tea in a puffy chair that floated just above the floor. Button Bright was trying to catch a tiny bird that kept landing on his head and giggling. Yes, the bird giggled. "Well, good morning to you, Miss Trot," said Cap'n Bill, tipping his mug. "Sleep like a gull on calm water, did ye?" Trot yawned and smiled. "I dreamed I was flying with the stars." Just then, there was a soft knock. A knock that sounded like someone gently tapping on marshmallows. Princess Rosalie entered, dressed in a flowing robe of pale blue with sparkles like morning dew. Her crown today was made of dewdrops, strung together like pearls. "Did you sleep well, my guests?" she asked. "We sure did," Trot said brightly. This island is the nicest place I've ever been. Princess Rosalie beamed. Then it's time for you to meet the rest of the blue people. She led them into the village, where blue folks were already beginning their day. Some were picking skyberries from tall vines. Others were tending floating gardens filled with glowing vegetables. One man played a harp that made the clouds dance in rhythm. Everyone stopped what they were doing to smile and wave. "Welcome to Sky Island," they called. Trot curtsied shyly. Captain Bill doffed his sailor's cap. Button Bright gave a little hop of a bow. The villagers laughed kindly and offered them treats: cloud mints, sugar puffs, and tiny cups of sparkle juice. One kind old woman took Trot's hand and led her to a pool of shimmering water. "This is the mirror pond," she explained. "It shows you the kindness you give to others." Trot looked in and saw not just her reflection, but also a trail of glowing stars behind her, as though each good deed she'd ever done had lit up the sky. Captain Bill was introduced to the cloud menders, who patched holes in the sky with special thread made of moonlight. "It's good, honest work," he said, nodding in approval. Button Bright made friends with a group of sky children who showed him how to skip across breeze bridges, paths made of wind that swooped from tree to tree. Later, everyone gathered in the center of the village for a celebration. A long table floated gently in the air, and it was set with dishes that refilled themselves: steamy blueberry dumplings, fluffy cloud cakes, and bowls of sparkling dew soup. The music began. A soft, twinkling tune played on instruments made of rainbows and wind. Some of the blue people danced slowly in the air, twirling like petals in the breeze. Trot leaned her head on Captain Bill's arm. "I've never felt so welcome." Captain Bill nodded. "Aye. These folk have kindness stitched into their bones." Princess Rosalie approached once more. "Tomorrow," she said gently, "if you're ready, I will take you to the heart of Sky Island, the place where light meets mist. You may choose to stay in the blue country forever, or explore the pink side." Trot's eyes widened. "Is the pink country like this?" Rosalie hesitated just a little. "It is different, beautiful, but more mysterious. The people there have forgotten how to laugh." Button Bright frowned thoughtfully. "Then maybe we can help them remember." The princess smiled at that. "Perhaps, but for tonight, rest again. The winds will bring answers in your dreams." So under a sky full of glowing stars and floating lanterns, the three friends returned to their little cloud cottage, full of joy and blueberry dumplings. And as they drifted off to sleep, the breeze outside whispered stories of the other side of Sky Island, where pink mists curled like secrets, and something new was waiting just beyond the horizon. Chapter 6: A New Blue Home. For the next few days, Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright stayed in the beautiful blue country of Sky Island. The cottage the blue people had given them became more than a place to rest. It became their new home in the clouds. Every morning, the sky awoke with a soft golden glow, and birds shaped like tiny pillows fluttered outside their window, singing tunes that sounded like laughter and lullabies. The breeze carried the scent of honey flowers and cool mist, and the whole island seemed to greet them with a hug. Trot had her own room filled with cushions that floated slightly above the floor. She kept a seashell from home on her cloud shelf and whispered her dreams into it each night, hoping they would drift back to the ocean below. Captain Bill took to gardening, with the help of a gentle blue man named Looney, who grew vegetables on patches of floating soil tied down with silver ropes. "These cloud carrots don't crunch like regular ones," Captain Bill said one morning, "but they sure make a fine stew." Button Bright, as curious as ever, learned how to call the breezes by name. The blue children taught him to whistle just so, and the winds would rush over, spinning and giggling like invisible puppies. One afternoon, Princess Rosalie invited them to the Tower of Soft Light. It stood in the very center of the blue country and shimmered with every shade of the sky: morning pink, deep noon blue, and twilight lavender. Inside the tower, the floor was made of mist that held their weight gently. In the center, a crystal globe floated above a bowl of still air. "This is where we watch the world below," said Rosalie. "It lets us see who is kind, who is hurting, and who might need a little magic." Trot looked into the globe and saw her mother, down by the sea, sewing a patch onto Trot's old quilt and humming softly. "She misses you," Rosalie said gently. "I miss her too," Trot whispered. Cap'n Bill nodded. "We'll go back one day, but no need to rush the wind." The princess led them to the top of the tower, where a cloud balcony opened to the endless sky. They could see both halves of Sky Island from here, the blue country glowing like morning, and the far side wrapped in pink mist, still and quiet. "You've made friends here," said Rosalie, "and Sky Island is better for it. But remember, every traveler eventually hears the call to the unknown." Trot didn't know exactly what that meant, but something in her heart fluttered like a paper boat on waves. She turned to Cap'n Bill and Button Bright and saw the same feeling in their eyes, wonder and a tiny bit of longing. That night, as they returned to their little cottage, the breeze was warmer and the stars seemed to shine closer than usual. Fireflies danced in their lanterns, and a lullaby hummed through the leaves of the singing trees. Trot snuggled into her cloud blanket and thought about home, and also about the misty part of the island they hadn't yet seen. "Do you think the Pink Country is lonely?" she asked quietly. Cap'n Bill, already drifting to sleep, murmured, "Could be, but sometimes all a lonely place needs is a friend." And with that thought wrapped gently around her, Trot closed her eyes and dreamed of soft winds, blue skies, and a path that would soon lead into the unknown, together. Chapter 7: Trouble from the Pink Button. The days in the blue country passed like slow clouds, peaceful, glowing, and full of kindness. Trot, Cap'n Bill, and Button Bright had almost forgotten what it was like to worry. The sun rose softly each morning, and the skies wrapped around them like a blanket. One morning, after a cheerful breakfast of skyberries and dream milk, Button Bright was playing with his magical umbrella near the garden. He spun it this way and that, watching the way it shimmered in the light. "Be careful," Cap'n Bill said gently, from where he was trimming a cloud vine. "That umbrella's got more magic in it than a whole ship full of sea charms." Button Bright nodded. "I'm just looking. There are these little buttons on the handle I've never touched before." The umbrella's handle had 4 buttons, each a different color: blue, green, silver, and pink. So far they had only used the blue one to fly. The others were a mystery, and the blue people had advised them to wait before trying anything new. But Button Bright was curious, very curious. "I wonder what this pink one does," he said aloud. And before anyone could stop him, click, the umbrella trembled in his hands. A gust of wind wished out of nowhere, spinning leaves into the air. The clouds around them began to shift, swirling as if waking from a deep sleep. Trot's hair lifted in the breeze. "What's happening?" Suddenly, a pink shimmer appeared in the air. It was like a curtain being pulled aside. A warm mist poured through, and with it came a feeling strange and quiet. Not cold or mean, but not joyful either. Like a song that had forgotten its ending. From the mist, a tall figure stepped forward, dressed in pale rose robes with a silver mask covering his eyes. Behind him came others, all dressed in soft pink, silent and watchful. Cap'n Bill stepped protectively in front of Trot. "Steady now," he murmured. The tall figure spoke in a smooth, slow voice. "You have opened the passage to the Pink Country. You are not from here." "Why?" Button Bright's mouth opened, then closed again. "I didn't mean to. I just pressed a button." The masked man turned his head slightly. "Magic is not to be used without understanding. Come. The Bullaroo will want to see you." "The Boo, what?" Trot asked. "The Bullaroo," said another voice softly, this time from a blue villager who had quietly appeared beside them. "He is the ruler of the Pink Country, and he does not like surprises." Princess Rosalie came quickly, her robes swirling behind her like ripples in a pool. She stood between the children and the visitors. "These travelers are under my care," she said firmly. They did not mean harm, but the pink folk did not argue. They only waited. Quietly, patiently, like the mist that never leaves the morning hills. Rosalie turned to the children. "You have done no wrong, but now that the passage is opened, you must go to the Pink Country. It is better to face the unknown with courage than to let fear grow like a shadow. Trot swallowed. Will you come with us? I cannot, Rosalie said gently. But I will send light with you, in case the mists grow too thick. She handed Trot a small glowing orb, no bigger than a marble, that pulsed softly in her palm. This will remember your heart, she said. So, with quiet goodbyes and a few nervous glances, Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright followed the pink folk into the mist, down a path that didn't exist a moment before, toward the other half of Sky Island. The blue people watched them go, their songs softer now, like the hush before a storm or a wish whispered into the wind. And far ahead, beyond the pink veil, the land of the Boolaroo waited, silent, still, and wondering who had dared to step across the sky. Chapter 8. A Kind Queen Listens. The pink mist swirled quietly around Trot, Cap'n Bill, and Button Bright as they walked deeper into the other half of Sky Island. It wasn't a cold mist, it was warm, like a soft breath, but it made everything look a little blurry, like they were walking through a dream they hadn't quite finished. No one spoke much. The pink people who had come to fetch them walked ahead in silence, their rose-colored robes brushing the ground like whispers. Now and then, Trot thought she saw a shape in the mist, a tall tree, a twisted tower, or the flash of pink eyes watching. But when she looked again, the mist had closed in, gentle and still. Finally, the mist parted like a curtain, and they arrived at the edge of a strange and quiet city. The buildings here were tall and slender, made of soft pearly stone. They shimmered slightly, as if made from drops of dew. The sky above was a deeper pink than before, with drifting strands of silver cloud weaving through it like silk ribbons. There were no birds here, no music, just the hum of wind that never stopped and never sang. We're not in the blue country anymore, Cap'n Bill whispered. No, said Button Bright, but I don't think it's scary, just sad. They were led to a large building shaped like a spinning top, with windows that glowed faintly. The guards at the doors stepped aside, and the travelers were brought into a round hall with a floor of soft, glimmering mist. And sitting high upon a cloud-shaped throne, dressed in long flowing robes the color of early morning, was a queen. Not the Buru, this was someone else entirely. Her crown was shaped like a crescent moon, and her eyes were gentle and curious. She looked young and old at the same time, as if she had watched many sunrises, but still found wonder in each one. Trot stepped forward, clutching the glowing orb Princess Rosalie had given her. The queen tilted her head. You are not of the pink country, she said softly. Her voice sounded like a lullaby on the edge of waking. And yet, you carry light. We didn't mean to come here, said Trot. It was an accident. Button Bright pushed the pink button on his umbrella, and the mist opened. Cap'n Bill cleared his throat. We come in peace, your, Majesty, and we're hoping we didn't cause no offense. The Queen smiled faintly. You did not cause offense, but you did stir the stillness. And that is something not easily done in the pink country. She rose from her cloud throne and stepped closer. I am Queen Tirzah, keeper of silence. The Boolaroo rules the land, but I listen. Trot blinked. Listen to what? To everything, said Queen Tirzah. To the clouds, to the hearts of people who do not speak, to the wind that forgets where it is going. She looked at each of them carefully, as if seeing their thoughts before they could speak them. You are not here by chance, she said at last. The pink country has been waiting for something new, waiting for someone to remember joy. Trot, Cap'n Bill, and Button Bright looked at one another. Joy? Trot repeated. But it's so quiet here. That's just it, the Queen said gently. We once had music, laughter, light. But over time we forgot how. The Buru prefers stillness. But I believe the stillness has gone on too long. She turned back to her throne. Rest here tonight. You will be safe. Tomorrow, the Buru will wish to meet you. And you must be ready. Button Bright raised an eyebrow. Is he nice? Queen Tirzah didn't answer right away. He is not cruel, but he is afraid. And sometimes, those who are afraid forget how to be kind. She nodded once, and the pink guards led them to a quiet chamber filled with floating beds and soft lights that glowed like fireflies in fog. That night, Trot lay awake for a while, thinking about the blue country and the music of the trees, thinking about the mist and the silence and Queen Tirza's sad, knowing eyes. And before she drifted off to sleep, she whispered to the orb in her hand, "I think this place needs a little laughter." The orb glowed faintly in reply. Chapter 9. Crossing into the dark half. The next morning in the Pink Country began not with sunshine or birdsong, but with a soft silver light that seemed to rise from the mist itself. It glowed gently through the windows, quiet and still, like the world was waking up from a long nap. It wasn't quite ready to end. Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright woke in silence, feeling the hush all around them. Even their footsteps on the misty floor made no sound as they dressed and stepped out into the hall. Queen Tirza was waiting for them. She offered them a calm smile and a small basket filled with warm, rose-colored rolls that smelled like cinnamon and dreams. "You'll need your strength," she said softly. "The Boolaroo does not like to be questioned, but he will see you." Trot accepted the basket politely. "Will you come with us?" The Queen shook her head. "No, I can only guide the quiet. The Boolaroo lives in the deeper mists, where stillness turns to shadow." Button Bright looked nervous. "Do we have to go?" Captain Bill placed a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. "Ay, lad, sometimes the only way forward is through the fog." So the Queen led them to a narrow bridge made of woven clouds, stretched across a chasm of swirling mist. It wasn't wide, but it felt solid beneath their feet. On the other side, the air grew heavier, as if the island itself had taken a deep breath and was holding it. At the far end of the bridge stood a gate of soft pink stone. It opened without a sound as they approached. Beyond it, everything was dimmer. The sky overhead was no longer bright with ribbons of color, but muted and hazy. The buildings were still beautiful, tall and smooth, with spires and curved rooftops, but they seemed sleepy, like they'd forgotten why they were built. The trees here had long drooping leaves and blossoms that barely opened. The breeze, when it came, was like a sigh that had wandered too far from its home. "This is the deep Pink Country," whispered Trot, holding Button Bright's hand. They were met by silent guards wearing tall pointed hats and long robes that reached the ground. With a silent bow, the guards motioned them forward toward the palace. The Boolaroo's palace rose in the center of the city like a coiled shell spiraling upward, wrapped in pink and white marble that caught the mist and made it glow faintly. There were no flags, no music, just the quietest hum, like the purring of a sleeping wind. Inside, the halls were wide and echoless. The floor shimmered like glass, but their footsteps still made no sound. At last, they reached the throne room, and there, on a high dais surrounded by folded curtains of mist, sat the Boolaroo. He wore long robes made of velvet cloud and a tall, flat crown shaped like a moon turned sideways. His eyes were half closed, and his fingers drummed softly on the arm of his chair. Tap, 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 like someone thinking about a song they once knew but had forgotten how to hum. When he finally looked at them, his gaze was sharp, but not unkind. "So," the Boolaroo said in a voice both deep and quiet, "you are the ones who stirred the stillness." Trot swallowed. "We didn't mean to. It was an accident." "There are no accidents," he replied. "Only steps that haven't yet seen where they're going." He rose slowly from his throne and walked around them, studying them like puzzle pieces that didn't quite fit. "You come from below," he said, "from the world of noise and time and turning things." "Why?" Captain Bill bowed slightly. "We come from curiosity, Your Highness, and from kindness. We ain't here to cause trouble." The Boolaroo's eyes rested on Trot. "And you, little one, do you bring light?" Trot held up the glowing orb from Queen Rosalie. "Only what was given to me." The room was silent for a long time. Then, without a word, the Boolaroo turned and sat once more on his throne. "You may stay," he said, "but remember, too much light burns, and laughter echoes long." Trot looked at Button Bright and Captain Bill. The stillness was thick, but she could feel something underneath it, something waiting, like a flower under snow. They didn't know what their time in the Pink Country would bring next, but they had taken the first step across the dark half of Sky Island, and now they were ready to see what lay beyond the mist. Chapter 10. The Pink Palace. The Palace of the Boolooroo was unlike any place Trot, Captain Bill, or Button Bright had ever seen. Though the outside shimmered with soft pink and white stone, the inside was hushed and dreamlike, as if everything were being remembered instead of truly happening. The halls were wide and curved gently, like the inside of a seashell, and everything seemed to glow with a light that had no source, just a quiet brightness that came from within the walls. They were shown to a room near the top of one of the palace towers. It had beds made from mist and window frames shaped like waves. A small fountain in the corner flowed not with water, but with a soft pink shimmer that made little chime-like sounds as it rippled. Button Bright poked at it with his finger and giggled as tiny sparkles jumped onto his hand. "I think it tickled me," he whispered. Captain Bill looked around carefully. "Strangest place I ever seen, but not unkind. Still, gives me a feeling like we're being watched by someone we can't quite see." Trot stood by the round window. Outside, she could see the misty city below, and the soft spires rising and falling like breath. No people moved in the streets. No laughter echoed from the courtyards. The Pink Country felt beautiful, but lonely. A soft knock came at the door. It opened, and a tall pink girl with silver ribbons in her hair stepped inside. Her eyes were gentle, and her voice was hardly louder than a breeze. "I'm Lily," she said, bowing slightly. "The Boolooroo has asked me to care for you during your stay." "Thank you," said Trot kindly. "We don't want to cause any trouble." "You haven't," Lily said, her voice like a whisper, wrapped in rose petals. "But things are changing. You brought light, and some here don't know what to do with it." She set down a tray filled with warm fruit pastries and tea that smelled like sugar clouds and spring air. Then she sat beside Trot and asked softly, "Is it true that laughter still exists in your world?" Trot blinked. "Of course. People laugh all the time." "What does it sound like?" Trot smiled. "Well, sometimes it's big and loud, like a happy shout. Other times it's tiny, like bubbles popping. And sometimes it sneaks up on you, like a giggle that just escapes." Lily nodded slowly, her eyes glistening. "I haven't heard a real laugh in many years." Trot reached over and gently squeezed her hand. "Maybe you will again soon." That evening, they were invited to dine with the Boolooroo in the Grand Hall, a tall round chamber with a ceiling that slowly spun like a galaxy. The table was long and made of pink marble. Crystal bowls glowed softly, filled with misty fruits and soft, sweet breads. The Boolooroo sat at the far end. His robe flowed around him like a sleeping cloud. He said little but watched everything closely. During the meal, Trot told a little story about a crab she once tried to keep as a pet. It had escaped from its bucket and snuck into her mother's kitchen, causing a great clatter and panic. Captain Bill added a few sailor's flourishes, and Button Bright made crab claw motions with his hands. Trot giggled. Button Bright giggled. Even Captain Bill let out a chuckle. The hall fell silent. Then, a sound. Small, faint, a giggle. Lily had laughed. The Boolooroo raised his head sharply, as if startled. But he said nothing. His eyes narrowed, just a bit, as if he'd heard thunder in a place where there hadn't been clouds in years. After the meal, as they were walking back to their room, Lily whispered, "You shouldn't have done that." "But why?" asked Trot. "Because," Lily said softly, "the Boolooroo doesn't like echoes, and laughter always leaves echoes." That night, Trot lay awake in her misty bed, staring at the ceiling that spun like stars. She thought about Lily, about the queen who listened, and about the silence that filled the palace like water in a still pond. Maybe they had brought laughter, but they had also stirred the air, and tomorrow, the wind might start to blow. Chapter 11. Escape into the mists. The next morning, the mist outside the palace windows seemed heavier, thicker, like a blanket pulled too tightly around the island. It pressed against the glass, and even the soft pink light that usually glowed through the sky had dulled to a gentle grey. Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright sat quietly at breakfast in their tower room. nibbling sweet rolls and sipping warm rose tea. Lily had not come to visit. "I don't like this feeling," Trot said softly. "It's too quiet today, even for a quiet place." Captain Bill looked toward the window. "Hey, feels like the air's holding its breath." Just then, a soft knock came at the door. 3 quick taps. Button Bright jumped up and opened it. There stood Lily, her expression tight with worry. Her usually soft eyes were sharp now, alert. "You must come with me," she whispered. "Now, before the Bullaroo changes his mind." "What do you mean?" asked Trot, standing. "He allowed you to stay. But something's changed. Your laughter, your light." Lily paused. "He says it's spreading, and he's afraid it will reach the people." Captain Bill rose slowly. "So we've worn out our welcome." "No," Lily said quickly. "Not to me, not to Queen Tirzah. There are those who remember, but you must leave the palace. Now, while the guards still sleep." They didn't wait. Trot grabbed the little glowing orb from her nightstand. Button Bright took the umbrella and held it tightly. Lily led them down a narrow stairway that spiraled like the inside of a seashell. The mist grew thicker as they descended. At one point, they had to walk through a corridor of pink glass where everything echoed, even the sound of their hearts. At the bottom, a small doorway opened into the edge of the city, where fog rolled across the streets like waves across a still sea. "This way," Lily said, guiding them toward a low arch that led into the open countryside, the part of the pink country that few people ever visited. "Follow the sound of water. It will take you to someone who can help." "Will we see you again?" Trot asked. Lily hesitated, then gave her a brave smile. "If the mists remember me kindly, yes." She hugged Trot gently, then Captain Bill, and finally Button Bright, who blushed. Then she disappeared into the fog. They stepped forward, hand in hand, as the city behind them slowly faded from view. There were no guards chasing them, at least not yet, but the air felt alert, like it was listening. Ahead, they heard the faint sound of a brook. Not loud, just a soft trickle, like a whisper. It led them through curving hills of pale grass and trees that drooped with pearl-like blossoms. As they walked, the mist began to shift. First a breeze brushed Trot's cheek. Then a ripple of wind lifted the edges of Captain Bill's coat. Finally, a gust stirred the trees. The silence had been broken. At last, they reached a small pink glade where a glowing cottage stood, nestled in mist. It had a round door and windows shaped like teardrops. Smoke curled from the chimney, silver and sweet-smelling. An old pink woman opened the door. Her hair was like spun snow, and her eyes twinkled like she hadn't stopped dreaming in 100 years. "I was wondering when you'd find me," she said with a chuckle. "Come in, little winds. Come in." Inside the cottage, it was warm and filled with the smell of honey and rain. The old woman made them tea from singing leaves and gave them soft cushions to sit on. "You've stirred the air," she said to them, not unkindly. "The Bullaroos kept this land asleep for a long time, but you've brought a breeze. And once the wind wakes up, it's hard to put back to sleep." Trot looked down at the glowing orb in her hand. "We didn't mean to make trouble," the woman smiled. "Sometimes trouble is just truth, wearing different shoes." That night, they curled up in the cottage, wrapped in cloud blankets, the soft hum of the wind curling through the rafters like a lullaby. Outside, the mists moved, and the pink country was beginning to breathe again. Chapter 12. A cloudy cottage. The little pink cottage, nestled in the hills of mist, felt like a secret the world had almost forgotten. It was soft and warm inside, like a place where dreams came to rest when they were tired of wandering. Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright woke slowly the next morning, curled on soft cloud cushions near the round windows, the glow of the mist outside giving everything a pearly shine. The old woman who had welcomed them, who called herself Granny Nimbus, was already up, humming a tune that sounded like wind through a willow tree. She moved slowly, but with purpose, her robes trailing gently across the floor like drifting smoke. "Good morning, children," she said kindly, as she stirred a pot that gave off the smell of sweet steam and spice. "I hope the mists didn't whisper too loudly while you slept." "I slept like a rock in a fog bank," Captain Bill said, stretching. "Best rest I've had," since we left the sea. Trot smiled. Me too. It felt like the cottage was holding us. Granny Nimbus ladled the warm breakfast into bowls made from curled pink leaves. The food looked like clouds that tasted like warm pudding and fresh berries. As they ate, she sat down and looked at them with twinkling eyes. You've brought something to this land it hasn't felt in a long time, she said. Something light, something alive. Laughter? Asked Button Bright. Hope, she answered. The pink country has been too quiet for too long. The Bularoo didn't want to rule with cruelty, you know. He only wanted to keep the peace. But sometimes peace becomes stillness, and stillness becomes forgetting. Granny Nimbus opened a small drawer and pulled out a delicate piece of parchment. On it was a sketch of a bright, joyful tree, branches spread wide, blossoms bursting in pink and gold. This was drawn before the stillness, she said. We called it the heart bloom tree. It grew near the center of the island. It sang, it danced in the wind. But when laughter left, it faded. Trot reached out and touched the picture. Can we find it? Granny Nimbus nodded. You must. The island still remembers it, even if the people do not. If you can bring the wind and joy back to that tree, I believe the pink country will bloom again. But the Bularoo, Captain Bill began, is not a bad man, Granny interrupted gently. He's just been quiet for too long. Sometimes silence can feel safe, even if it's lonely. They all sat quietly for a while, listening to the soft hum of the wind outside, which had begun to swirl more playfully than before. Then Granny Nimbus stood and handed Trot a satchel. Inside was a glowing jar of mist light, a silver compass that pointed toward warmth instead of north, and 3 small, folded papers. These are breeze letters, she said. If you're ever lost, whisper your names and toss them into the air. The wind will remember you. Trot hugged her tightly. Thank you. Go now, little winds, she whispered. Follow the breeze, find the heart bloom. Remind this land that joy can be quiet, but it should never disappear. As they stepped out into the misty morning, the breeze caught their hair, playful and new, as though it were excited to have travelers once more. Trot looked at her friends and smiled. We're not just visitors anymore, she said softly. We are part of the sky now. And with that, they followed the dancing wind, deeper into the heart of the pink country, where the past still waited, and something beautiful was ready to bloom again. Chapter 13. The Song of the Sky. The mist was lighter that afternoon, as if the air had been stirred by soft music no one could quite hear. Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright walked slowly across the rolling hills of the pink country, guided by the silver compass from Granny Nimbus, which gently glowed whenever they stepped in the right direction. The land around them was changing. Though the sky was still pale and hushed, now and then a blossom would open, or a breeze would lift a petal and carry it into the air like a tiny kite. Trees that had stood motionless for years began to sway, just slightly, as if they were remembering a rhythm from long ago. Feels like the wind's learning how to dance again, Captain Bill said thoughtfully. Button Bright pointed to the horizon. Look, there's a hill up ahead. I bet we can see the whole island from there. The hill was covered in soft moss and dotted with glowing pink flowers that opened as the travelers passed, as if greeting them one by one. At the top, the view took their breath away. The pink country stretched out like a velvet quilt, soft and quiet, but full of promise. To the east, the edge of the blue country peeked through the mist, a reminder of the laughter and music they had left behind. Overhead, the sky was slowly deepening to twilight, with tiny stars blinking awake, like sleepy fireflies finding their glow. Trot sat down on a smooth stone. The breeze tugged gently at her hair. I feel like the sky is trying to speak, she said. Captain Bill sat beside her. Maybe it is, lass. Maybe it's been waiting for someone to listen. Then something began to happen. First, a hush fell over the hilltop. Not an ordinary silence, but the kind that comes when the world is holding its breath. Even the wind paused, curious. Then a low, sweet note rose in the air. It didn't come from a flute or a harp. It came from everywhere, The sky, the trees, the ground beneath their feet. It was a sound of memory, of joy, rediscovered. The sky was singing. A soft, wordless melody floated down like snowflakes made of sound. It wrapped around them gently, like a blanket. Trot's heart filled with something she couldn't quite name, something bright and old and full of warmth. Button Bright's eyes were wide. Is it a lullaby? Captain Bill wiped a misty tear from his eye. No, lad, it's a welcome. They sat there in silence, listening as the song rose higher, then fell again like waves. The trees around them swayed in time. Flowers bloomed in unison, their petals opening wide. Even the sky seemed brighter, as if the stars were leaning closer to hear. Trot closed her eyes and smiled. The song wrapped around her like her mother's arms used to when she was small. It told her she was safe, that she was part of the sky now, that she and her friends were exactly where they needed to be. The glowing orb in Trot's satchel pulsed softly in rhythm with the melody, like it remembered the song from long ago. When the final note drifted away into the stars, a new breeze stirred, the kind that comes just before something wonderful. Trot opened her eyes. We're close, she said. To the heart bloom? Asked Button Bright. She nodded. I think it heard the song too. Captain Bill stood and offered them each a hand. Then let's go where the wind wants to take us. The three friends walked down the hill, hand in hand, as the stars above shimmered like tiny bells, still humming the sky's sweet song. And somewhere ahead, the heartbloom tree was waking up. Chapter 14, The Rainbow Clue. The next morning began not with mist, but with light. Soft, colored light, like sunshine had slipped through a prism, while the island was still sleeping. Trot stirred beneath her cloud blanket and blinked. Across the sky, just above the horizon, arched a thin, perfect rainbow. It wasn't bold or loud like the ones after summer storms. This one shimmered quietly, as if it had been drawn by moonlight and dreams. She sat up quickly. Captain Bill, Button Bright. Look, the two scrambled to the window, rubbing sleep from their eyes. Well, I'll be, Captain Bill muttered. That's the quietest rainbow I ever saw. It's pointing somewhere, Button Bright said, eyes wide. Like a sign. And he was right. The rainbow wasn't just floating in the sky. It was leaning, bending down as if inviting them to follow it. One end rested gently on a nearby hill, where the grass glowed a little brighter than everywhere else. Trot reached for the glowing orb in her satchel. It pulsed once, warm and golden, then steadied. That must be it, she said softly. The way to the heart-bloom tree. After a quick breakfast of mist muffins and honey steam, the trio packed their things and followed the soft, colorful light. The grass beneath the rainbow felt springier, like walking on joy. As they walked, petals drifted down from the sky, not falling, exactly, but floating, as if even gravity didn't want to hurry them. They caught in Trot's hair and clung gently to Button Bright's coat. Cap'n Bill chuckled as one landed on the tip of his nose. The rainbow led them through a grove of whispering trees, where leaves shimmered in pale colors, lavender, silver pink, and mint green. The trees whispered things like, remember the joy, the tree is waiting, follow the colors, I think the island's helping us now. Cap'n Bill said, she's waking up, just like the Queen said. Eventually, they reached the hill where the rainbow touched the earth. And there, nestled in the center of a misty glade, stood something breathtaking. A small circle of pink stones surrounded a tiny sprout, green, glowing faintly, and swaying gently as if dancing to a song only it could hear. Trot gasped. Is that? It's the heart bloom. Button Bright whispered. Or maybe it will be. The rainbow arched above the sprout, like a shelter, casting gentle colors onto its leaves. Trot stepped closer and knelt by the stones. She reached out but didn't touch, just hovered her hand nearby, feeling the warmth rising from the little plant. It's still sleeping, she said, but I think it knows we're here. Cap'n Bill looked around the clearing. Feels sacred, like a place made of promises. Trot took the orb from her satchel. Granny Nimbus said the wind remembers. She held the orb over the sprout, and it pulsed once, twice. then burst into a soft glow that sent ripples across the clearing. The wind stirred, the rainbow shimmered. The sprout stood taller. From far above, a single drop of dew fell from the sky, sparkling like a falling star. It landed on the sprout's top leaf, and where it touched, a tiny blossom bloomed, soft pink with golden edges. And it smelled like morning and laughter and songs you hum without realizing. The heart bloom had opened one petal. Trot turned to her friends. "We're close. I know it. One more step, maybe. One more gift." Button Bright nodded. "Maybe we just need to show the heart bloom what joy feels like." Captain Bill scratched his beard. "Well, now I might have a sea shanty or two left in me." Trot giggled. "Let's make the heart bloom laugh." And so, under the rainbow's quiet watch, the three friends began to dream up a plan. A way to share joy, not just with the heart bloom, but with all of Sky Island. The rainbow hadn't just been a clue, it was an invitation. Chapter 15, Building the Bridge. The heart bloom tree had shown its first blossom. Just one petal, pink and golden, gently swaying in the misty air. But that one tiny flower filled the glade with warmth. A warmth that touched not only Trot, Captain Bill and Button Bright, but the breeze itself, which stirred more brightly now, rustling leaves that hadn't moved in years. Trot sat near the glowing sprout, deep in thought. "I think the tree needs more than magic," she said softly. "It needs laughter, light, joy, something we make, not something we carry." Captain Bill nodded. "Aye, the island's waking up slow, like an old ship in morning fog. But maybe what it needs is a way for everyone to come together again. And what brings people together better than a bridge?" Button Bright added thoughtfully. "A rainbow led us here. What if we built one of our own?" Trot blinked. "A bridge of color, a bridge of joy," Captain Bill said. They looked at each other, and a plan began to take shape. Not a plan made with bricks or nails. A plan made of stories and songs and laughter. A bridge of heart. They began the next morning. First, they collected light. Trot held her glowing orb near the heart bloom sprout, and as she turned it slowly, the colors inside sparkled: blues and golds, pinks and greens, all shimmering like little promises. The orb released tiny flecks of light that drifted into the air, soft as snowflakes. Next, they gathered wind. Button Bright climbed the tallest hill nearby and held out his arms, whistling the song the blue children had taught him, the one that called friendly breezes. And the wind answered. It came in gently, swirling and playful, twining around their hands like invisible ribbon. Then they found laughter. Captain Bill remembered an old sailor's jig, clumsy and silly, that he hadn't danced in years. He kicked and spun, one-legged and grinning, while Trot clapped and laughed so hard her eyes filled with happy tears. Even Button Bright tripped trying to copy the moves, and the wind whooped with delight. The mist around them shimmered. The heart bloom sprout trembled once, then grew, just a little, but enough to see. A second petal unfurled, and the glow it gave off was soft and steady. "It's working," Trot whispered. They worked together for hours, singing songs from the blue country, telling stories from the sea, humming the lullaby the sky had sung. All the while, the wind wove their joy into threads of glowing color, thin as silk, light as sunlight. And slowly, from the heart bloom tree, those threads began to stretch outward into the mist. First one, then another, then many, a soft arc of light, rising like the beginning of a rainbow. Not a full bridge yet, but the start of one. "It's not finished," said Trot. "But maybe the rest can only be built if others walk it too. Like Queen Tirzah and Lily," Button Bright said. "And the Boolaroo," Captain Bill added. "He's waiting for the world to change, even if he doesn't know it yet." They stood together beneath the shimmering arch, watching the glowing threads float gently toward the sky. A quiet joy filled the air, peaceful and full of promise. "We didn't just build a bridge," Trot said. "We started a path." The wind nodded in agreement. And far off, deep in the stillness of the pink palace, something stirred. Not fear, not silence, but memory, of color, of laughter, of blooming things. Chapter 16. saying goodbye. The next morning dawned with a lightness that wasn't just in the sky, but in the air, in the ground, in the hearts of everyone across Sky Island. The rainbow bridge that had begun to grow from the heartbloom tree now arched proudly across the mist, stretching all the way to the edge of the blue country. It wasn't just made of color, it shimmered with kindness, stories, and joy. A bridge of feelings made by friends. The heartbloom tree had bloomed fully in the night. Now it stood tall and glowing in the middle of the glade, its branches swaying gently, petals falling like snowflakes of light. And from its roots, laughter hummed through the soil, spreading slowly, bravely, across the pink country. When Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright returned to the Pink Palace, they were surprised to find the mist thinner. The guards no longer stood stiff and silent, but nodded politely as the trio passed. And the hall they echoed now, not with footsteps alone, but with the first sounds of voices, and even a giggle or two. Queen Tirzah met them in the center of the great spiral tower, her soft robes glimmering like morning dew. "You did it," she said, placing a gentle hand over her heart. "You gave the silence its ending and its new beginning." "The heartbloom tree is blooming again," Trot said, "and it's making everything feel alive." Tirzah smiled. "Because joy is not loud, but it is strong." As they turned to go, another figure appeared at the end of the corridor. The Boolaroo. He didn't say anything at first, but his crown was tilted slightly, and his robes weren't quite as stiff. There was something softer in his eyes, something uncertain, but not unfriendly. Trot stepped forward. "The tree's awake now, so maybe your people will be too." The Boolaroo looked at the orb in her hands, now faintly glowing with golden warmth. "You reminded the island how to feel," he said quietly, "and reminded me that silence can be shared, but so can laughter." He bowed. Not deeply, but enough. Enough to say thank you. Later that day, the three travelers crossed the Rainbow Bridge slowly, savoring every step. The wind played around them, lifting their hair and tugging at their sleeves, as if trying to keep them just a little longer. At the center of the bridge, they paused. Below them, the mist had cleared. You could see the joining of the two lands now, blue and pink. Trees of both colors grew side by side. Birds from the blue country chirped softly to curious pink ones. It was only the beginning, but it was real. Waiting on the other side was Princess Rosalie, her arms wide and smiling as bright as the sun. "You came back," she cried joyfully. "And the pink country is waking," Trot said, running into her arms. Rosalie looked beyond them, at the blooming bridge. "You didn't just visit Sky Island, you changed it," Captain Bill chuckled. "Well now, maybe we just helped it remember what it already knew." Button Bright nodded. "Sometimes all you need is a good laugh and a little wind." That night, a celebration was held at the very edge of the blue country, right where the rainbow touched the cloud path. Blue and pink folk came together for the first time in many, many years. There was music, there was dancing, there was laughter. And when the stars came out, they twinkled just a little brighter, as if the sky itself was smiling down on them. Trot sat quietly under a singing tree, listening to the soft wind and watching petals fall from the sky like glowing confetti. "It's hard to leave," she whispered. Captain Bill placed a hand on her shoulder. "It always is when you've found a second home." Button Bright grinned. "But we'll carry it with us, won't we? In stories, in dreams, and somewhere beyond the stars." The wind carried their promise back to the heartbloom tree. We'll never forget. Chapter 17. Back to Earth. The next morning arrived with a sky so clear it seemed the clouds themselves had stopped to watch. Trot, Captain Bill, and Button Bright stood once more at the edge of the blue country, the rainbow bridge behind them, now softly fading, its light returning to the heartbloom tree, where it would always glow in memory. Princess Rosalie and Queen Tirzah stood nearby, side by side, their hands joined in peace. The air was still, but not silent. It was filled with the soft hum of awakening. Wind chimes gently tinkled in the trees, and birds, both blue and pink, flitted about in joyful loops. Trot looked at her friends. "It's time to go home." She didn't say it with sadness, but with quiet understanding. Adventures have chapters, and this one was reaching its end. Cap'n Bill nodded. Aye, the sea's waiting for us, and I reckon your mother's missing her little sailor girl. Button Bright unfolded the magical umbrella and held it steady. All aboard? He asked, with a crooked grin. Before they stepped beneath its canopy, Princess Rosalie stepped forward and handed Trot a little pouch. For when you miss the sky, she said. It holds stardust, just enough for one dream. Then Queen Tirzah gently placed her fingers on Trot's cheek. And this is for remembering, she whispered. She tucked a single pink blossom from the heartbloom tree behind Trot's ear. It won't fade, she added. Not if you keep laughter in your heart. Trot's eyes filled. Just a little. Thank you, she whispered, for believing in us. And then, with one last look at their friends, at the glowing trees, the peaceful mist, and the sky that now stretched wide with wonder, they took hold of the umbrella. Button Bright whispered the magic word. Up they rose. The wind caught them gently, lifting them higher and higher, back through the skies they had come from. They drifted past drifting clouds, past birds and breezes, past memories and melodies. Trot leaned her head against Cap'n Bill's arm. It feels like saying goodbye to a dream, she murmured. Cap'n Bill chuckled. Maybe, lass, but the best dreams leave something behind. Below them now, the island grew smaller, first a country, then a shape, then just a patch of soft color in the clouds. Then the clouds thinned, the blue sky deepened, and far below, the sea came into view. The rolling waves sparkling in the sunlight, and the shoreline where their old white cottage waited. They floated gently down, the magical umbrella lowering them like a feather. Their feet touched the earth again, and it felt different. Not because the land had changed, but because they had. The waves sang their same soft song, but Trot could hear new notes now, whispers of wind, laughter, and a blooming tree. As they walked toward the cottage, Button Bright looked back once more at the sky. Think we'll ever go back? He asked. Trot smiled. Maybe not with the umbrella. Cap'n Bill puffed his pipe thoughtfully. But maybe with a story, and so they stepped inside their little home by the sea, carrying stardust, a pink flower, and a sky full of memories. And above them, somewhere high, Sky Island shimmered softly in the clouds. Still there, still blooming, still waiting. Chapter 18, A Starry Night Story. That night, after a warm supper and soft laughter, the three travelers, Trot, Cap'n Bill, and Button Bright, sat outside their little seaside cottage, watching the stars appear one by one in the darkening sky. The sea stretched out like a blanket of silver, the waves lapping gently against the shore. A breeze tickled the wildflowers growing along the path, and somewhere nearby, a cricket played a quiet song, like a farewell tune from the earth itself. Trot rested her chin on her knees and looked up. Do you think the island can still see us? She asked softly. Cap'n Bill smiled, puffing on his pipe. I reckon she can. Sky Island's not the kind of place to forget friends. Button Bright stretched out in the grass beside them. I keep thinking about the singing trees, he said. And Lily. And the way the heart bloom glowed when it opened. Trot reached into her pocket and pulled out the tiny pouch of stardust Princess Rosalie had given her. She didn't open it, just held it gently, feeling the cool smoothness of the silk and the quiet magic it still held. We didn't just visit a magical place, she said. We helped change it. We planted joy. And we brought some home too, Cap'n Bill added, tapping his chest. Right here, they sat in silence for a while, listening to the night. Then Trot looked up at the stars again, so many, so bright, like tiny lamps in the sky. She smiled, and in the softest, most secret part of her heart, she made a promise. I'll never forget the skies we sailed. I'll never forget the songs of mist, and I'll never stop believing that laughter can grow, even where silence has lived too long. The breeze seemed to agree, brushing against her cheek like an old friend saying goodnight. As the moon rose above the ocean, silver and sleepy, Cap'n Bill began to hum a tune from the sea, low and slow and full of stories. Button Bright added a whistle, and Trot, without even thinking, began to hum along. the song rose up into the stars. And somewhere far above, where clouds curl like ribbons, and trees remember joy, a soft wind passed through the branches of a glowing tree. The heartbloom tree. It listened, and it smiled, because stories once shared never truly end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.